and also some countries banned it in the past, like Syria or Turkey. So avoiding censorship is just having your Wikipedia with you. It is a good solution. And today we will explore what are like a few basic ways to use Wikipedia. The first one is to have the entire Wikipedia. You need to download it, and you can either download like a part of it or full Wikipedia or Wikimedia project. You can do that on your computer or on your smartphone. The benefit of this method is that you get all the information, but the drawback is that it can be very heavy. You need a lot of space on your device, and also you need a good internet at the moment when you download it. The second solution is to access some individual articles, just as Anton and Guy said. So just downloading one article, or you can also printing one article, or you can use official Wikipedia application, and there you can also use individual articles. So this way is more storage efficient, but it doesn't give you full Wikipedia. And the first method that we will explore is Kiwix. So it's accessing entire Wikipedia. So what is this program? It's a free open source project that allows you to download the whole content of the selected resource that you want. For example, it can work with Wikipedia, Wikisource, Wiktionary, Wikinews, not anymore, I think, because soon this project will be stopped. Wikivoyage. Also, except for wiki projects, it lets you see a lot of TED content or Gutenberg projects, so not only wiki projects. It is available on different devices, and today I will show you screenshots and like step by step how to use it from your desktop, like both Windows and Mac, or from your mobile phone, iOS or Android. We will see some examples. And also Kiwix has such thing as zip files. Zip files are like very big, heavy files that contain a lot of information on them. They can weigh like 20 gigabytes, 90 gigabytes, very heavy. And also, once you have this file, you can unpack it, unzip it, and it's like you have everything like on your device. It can be available, like it can contain information in more than 100 languages, and it can like different wiki projects can be available after you download it. How to download the Kiwix and how to use this method. So first thing you need to do is you go to your to the website of Kiwix. You see the apps, you see Kiwix Reader, and you select your like desktop or other device. Another thing you can do is you can go to Google App Store or you can Play Store, or you can go to App Store of Mac. Then you download the zip file and you enjoy this library. And particularly, this is instruction for Windows. You download the archive with the program. You find the library that you want. For example, Wikipedia Chemistry, like a thematic library, or Wikipedia Spanish, the whole Spanish Wikipedia, for example. You download this library and you open it. And this is how it looks on your device. So you download some, like you select the language, you select the category, like Wikipedia. You see a lot of different libraries like Nollywood, Bollywood, if you are interested, and you download that, you unpack it, and this is your Wikipedia from your computer. This is how the article looks at this device. On the Mac computer, it's the same process. You download it, you unpack it, and you use it. So this is the screenshots for Mac. You will have the presentation with all the slides. So after like any time, you can access it and you can follow it on your device. This is how it looks on Mac. And the Android example is very simple. Also Play Store, you download Kiwix, you download the library, and you use the Kiwix. These are the screenshots. It looks like this. It's a lot of choice that you can see. And also for iOS, the same, it will be the screenshots, how you can access it on iPhone. Different Wikipedias, like sometimes there are short versions of Wikipedias, like Wikipedia 100, or like Wikimet of the Doc James project. You can ask questions to Doc James after that, or baseball topics. So different, like chemistry, geography, if you're a teacher. And these are the screenshots. And one important note is that, as you know, Wikipedia is getting updated like every minute, every second. So once you downloaded the full Wikipedia of your language or your topic, it's already outdated. So like after some time, you need to download it again because you want the fresh knowledge. So don't forget to do that. And don't forget that you need internet, good internet when you download. What else can you do with Kiwix? So you can use, for example, you can set up the local server and use connect it to different devices. So multiple devices can share this like local network without internet. Also, you can, yes, I already said you can use it for other non-wiki projects. And you can dig into this on the website of Kiwix to see what they can do. Also, you can download Kiwix not only on your mobile phone or your desktop computer. You can download it on the flash drive, like different like small devices. And also, we will explore later one of these devices. So how is it already used in the world? Right now, there are many examples, like global implementations of this project. In Africa, there are Kiwix for schools, which is active in many countries. Also, there is Senegal Navy. They train the workers to use Wikipedia when there is no internet. Also, in Antarctica, people who are on like very remote area, they don't have internet, but they can have access to Wikipedia. So you can see many of these projects, and also it will be on the presentation. So you can explore it further. And so the second option, if you don't have enough space or if you don't want to download the full Wikipedia, if you don't have enough internet at the moment, you don't need it, you just want one article. And you can do it in certain ways. So you can download the page as a PDF. It can be done on desktop, for example. You can go to the tools, you see download as PDF, and this article is very beautifully gets as a file on your computer. And also you can use Wikipedia app, which is very good. It's continuously updating. It has an Android version and an iPhone version. They also do different promotions. And recently, if you use the Wikipedia app for 20 like something days, you could even get some nice perks, like benefits that like did in a gamified way. So how to access the article offline? You just select the article you like. You push save, and then in the saved, you open it up and you can see different articles that you saved. So anywhere, like if you're traveling on the plane, you want to read something, no internet, you just use it. And the same is for iOS, that was for Android, and this is how it looks. For example, the article is Cossacks, famous Ukrainian superheroes, super guys. And one of the real examples that we wanted to show you is the project from Ecuador by Joshua Salazar. It's called Offlinepedia. So I will try to show you the video. Okay, and the sound. Is it very easy to hear or no? Pause, yes. Yes, I paused. The output, right?
You need to set your audio device here, no?
Oh, we can actually read the screenshot because the scripts, because the captions are in English. So this is a project from Ecuador, basically. I will reduce the reduce the original sound, and you can read it. So basically, there are a big community of remote schools who don't have internet at all, and also they have a problem of a lot of old used television screens, which is like a waste, a technical electronical waste, and they decided to use these TV screens, repurpose them to use Raspberry Pi and get Kiwix on them, and then they go to the schools and they show it to the kids so that kids can learn using kind of handmade computers, like with installed wiki content, which is very nice because they did all over like 100 of these devices, and they received some funding to spread these to schools, and it has a lot of impact. So basically, you can help with the different underrepresented communities to get access to knowledge, which is equality, because not many people can have true access to knowledge that many other people have. And so the next project that we want to talk about is Internet in the Box and Tim Moody. So please welcome on the stage Tim Moody. I'm showing your slides.
So my name's Tim Moody. I'm from Toronto, and I've been working on Internet in a Box for actually quite a while. I think of Internet in a Box as a couple things. It's a device, but it's a group of people. We're not incorporated or even any kind of 503c or anything like that. We're just a collective of people who believe strongly in making information freely available to people, even if they don't have an internet connection. I used to call it the Napster of Alexandria, and because the information comes from presumably open licensed free spots. We don't always know what the license is. Anyway, so we've worked on this. This is a early timeline to give a setting. One laptop per child had a school server, and as they got busy with their laptop, which was a client device, not a server device, they didn't have time really to work on the server. So several of us started helping with that, and then as they kind of gradually declined, we took that over. At the same time, there was another project. A guy by the name of Brad Gaskell had the idea to take just a portable hard drive device and hack the operating system on it and turn it into a little computer. A little closer? Oh, okay, sorry. And so he actually got the name Internet in a Box, which he registered as a trademark. And then later on, as he got busy with life, he gave the name to our group to use because we really were the Internet in a Box, I think, more that he envisioned. In the early days, the Wikipedia on that device was a bunch of HTML files. Kiwix hadn't been invented yet, or if they had, we hadn't found out about them yet. But soon and early on, we learned about Kiwix, and we started putting Kiwix on Internet in a Box. We learned about KA Lite, which was a way of putting Khan Academy on. We put that on. So we moved from just a straight up file implementation of offline content to more some of these servers and Kiwix has been a very important part of us. Everything that Kate said about Kiwix is definitely true for Internet in a Box, because it's not the only thing we use, but it's certainly a core part. And in the context of the wikis, it's the main part, because that's how you view wikis using Zim files. Every time I put up a slide of a picture of Internet in a Box, it can be a little old. They're it's fine. They look more like this now. So this Internet in a Box, again, is just open source software. You can run it on a lot of platforms. This is a Raspberry Pi 02, kind of a small one. We run it on a Raspberry Pi 5 or 4. We run it on an Intel box, anything that basically has a Debian kind of Linux on it. We can run Internet in a Box on. I've fired up 2 of them in the room, by the way. So if you go looking around and you see a strange hotspot, there's one called Internet in a Box, and there's one called Internet in a Box W, which is one of these. Doc James has been distributing these over the last 18 months. I think he said around 1,600 of these have been distributed. So when you ask, where's it installed? I have no idea. We don't even know necessarily. People want it, they get it. You want one, you can have one for...
So we're currently shipping them for about $80. Unfortunately, the price of micro SD cards has dramatically increased with the AI boom. Now they come with a 256 gig micro SD card, which means it includes all of Wikipedia in English, it includes all of Wikipedia in Spanish, it includes all the TED Talks, and then for about $100, we do customized versions. We ship everywhere in the world. My post office returns the ones I try to ship to Israel and a few other locations, unfortunately. But wherever Canada Post will ship, we can get those devices. So we've sent devices to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We've sent devices to Southeast Asia. Most customers are ordering them from the United States.
So,
No telemetry?
well, so I think of it as a starter kit in a way, because not everybody will even want the English Wikipedia. If you're in a Hindi-speaking area, an Arabic-speaking, Wiki's in in many languages, so you can do your own and get whatever you want. But we put one with a couple major languages on it. So if you have one of these devices turned on, and there is one in the room, you just connect to the hotspot, and we usually make them open just to make it easier for people. That's an option. You can, if you want to lock it down, you can. There's an admin console. I'll show a bit about that in a minute. That will allow you to change it to a secured network. But and we also have a captive portal running on it. I think I did not put it on the W, but I did put it on the 5. And so if you're lucky, my phone goes there, my Windows laptop goes there. Some devices get caught in, I mean, it's a trick that the captive portal finds some URLs that the operating system tries to use to discover whether there's an internet connection and intercepts them. So again, Internet in a Box is not one thing. It could be anything you want it to be that's available from the Wikimedia Foundation, all of the things that Kate mentioned. There are a couple other applications in addition to Kiwix that give you additional content. Some of them are, you can select content through the admin console. Some of them have their own. Calibri, for example, has its own content, its own admin console. These are a couple examples of things we've put on, particularly when Doc James started distributing, we were more focused on medical. So I scraped the CDC website, and we put that on there. There's emergency medicine. I think we still have some of the WHO material, rare diseases, some things like that. So medically specific, but also tons and tons of other more educationally focused, because again, the history was to be a school server.
Interestingly, we did have a library order some of these devices, and there's a library in the United States where you can go and you can sign out an Internet in a Box just like you would sign out a book. So you're basically getting the entire Wikipedia from the library that you take home until,
Yeah. Well, and you tend to think of this as a third world type of situation, but there was a guy in rural New York who said, well, our internet connection's not very good here, let's put one again in a library situation. It was actually the main way of accessing some of this material. So as I said, I have no idea where all of the 1,600 in the last 18 months or the ones before that are. And also, because it's completely open source, there are people who just do it, and I don't even know who they are. And there are people who have kind of forked it. A lot of preppers have gotten interested in this thing, and so they get one of these and they put it in a Faraday cage against the day when things break down in some countries. And so I'm going to focus on a couple different kinds of settings: schools, a clinic, and a refugee camp in Cameroon. So there's kind of a long-standing relationship, a relatively long-standing relationship with more than a dozen schools in Oaxaca. And there's an organization called Kids on Computers who went down there and originally, I think, put OLPC laptops in there and then and put internet in the box with them. And they are really offline schools, and they mostly have labs and use Wiki and other kinds of content offline. 70 schools in Kenya and growing. They do about, I don't know, 5 or 6 new ones a year. There's a whole organization in Kenya that is actually distributing internet in the boxes. They run them on an old desktop server, an Intel machine that they get from an organization in the UK as a used computer. The first trick is to get some hardware that you can transport to where you are and get it at a reasonable price. Then in Guatemala, Dr. Sam Zedvetsky, we worked together to put together a curation for him. He's a physician. I think he does emergency room in California, and he's a volunteer. He goes down to Guatemala pretty much every year, and he wanted something for reference material, and so this is kind of his story, but some pictures from the clinic where he was working down there. And he told the story of various cases that came in, and the fact that, he asked the question, do doctors use the Wikipedia? And he says, yeah, they do. Doctors use reference materials, and so having reference materials active for him. And this was a story, I think, of a baby who came in and hadn't had anything but water for a long time. And anyway, he did some looking through reference material to come up with a treatment plan. One of the things that you get with the MDWiki version is you get some dosages and things like that of medicine that you can make available. And then another examination room with various kinds of cases that came in that he has talked about on occasion. I think this was a dog bite, and so he was, obviously the question of rabies and what to do about it. Person with some difficulty breathing. And the question of what could it be, and so he told about real stories of using reference materials, internet from Wiki and other kinds of reference materials to diagnose and treat these cases. And this is kind of the one on the right is kind of the textbook approach, and the one on the left is having access to digital materials. And I don't know why I put that in there. So this is then the last case, we'll say, is a refugee camp in Cameroon. These are people from Nigeria who were displaced and came in there. And one of their concerns is preserving languages. They're languages that are represented in the camp with not a whole large number of speakers. And they had a linguist who was interested in this, and so they wanted to document. And what they did was they shot video of various cultural events with people speaking these languages. They uploaded those to Internet in a Box, and they've actually set up multiple instances of Internet in a Box around the camp, so that people living in the camp can go with a mobile device or whatever and access that material and keep familiar with some of these languages that are in danger of dying out. So the person the outside person who's involved in this is a linguist, so there are formal ways of recording and documenting these languages and what language families they fall into and things like that. So they do some of that. A lot of this, they use an application called Calibre Web, which is like, you might be familiar with Calibre, which is a desktop book reader. There's a web version of that, and we've actually modified that a bit to support video and things like that. So they then upload to that platform as a way of storing and adding, you know, metadata and information on the videos. I don't know if you can see it in this slide, but there's a couple sample videos in the selection screen of Calibre Web. And this is the details on one of the videos that's, you know, a language community and people, you know, when it was taken and what the you know, a fuller description of those materials. So these are three particular instances, but as I said, there's actually a large number of possibilities of how you could set this up. And so what we do is we have an admin console, so obviously people want a lot of ZIMs from Kiwix, so there's a screen that you can bring up in the admin console. You can select the languages you want, any of the languages in which there are wikis or other kinds of MediaWiki Foundation properties, and you can go and click. It's a click and select and press a button, and obviously to do this you need an internet connection. So the model is you set up the server in a place where you have an internet connection, and then you take it away to a place where you don't, and it will, you know, you select any of the thousands of things that are here by category, by language, and then you click install selected, and away it goes. If you wanted to install the English Wikipedia, which has now grown beyond 90 gigs, it's I think it's 108 gigs. It'll take a while, depending on your connection. It can take hours, and that is all managed through the server, and so you don't need to keep connected to the server during that. It'll even try to restart it if it fails in the middle, and there's a place where you can see how it's doing. So these are there are other there's other material that's not specifically in ZIM format. They're what we call modules. You may have heard of Rachel. Rachel has, I don't know, more than 100 different, mostly educational modules, and they make them basically open. So we have a selection screen to choose mostly, again, educational, you know, kindergarten to 12 type material, a large variety of mostly HTML. So a module is something that just runs with a web server. It doesn't need something like Kiwix. We also have OpenStreetMap on. This is the admin console to select. Again, if you were to put the entire world in the highest resolution, it'll cost about 80 gigs. So you might decide just to put the region in which you're operating. It'll be at, I think, around Zoom level 9 for the whole world, and then it'll go up to, like, I forget, 15 or 16 for the region that you choose. Each one of these things that you try to do to download something becomes a job in the on the server, and you can come here to see how they're doing. And so you don't need to be connected while you're doing provisioning the server. You can set these things off. It's going to take a couple hours maybe to do a wiki, and you can come back and see how it's doing. If the server loses power or something like that, then it'll try to restart it. So how do I get one of these things? Well, here you go. Doc James, as he said, was distributing. We do have some problems now with the data centers are taking all the hardware, so we're having trouble getting SD cards and not sure what we can do. On the Internet Archive, there's what I call a content-ready image. You can get the Raspberry Pi imager if you want to do it on a Raspberry Pi. You can download that content-ready image. It has no content, but it has a number of services and the admin console so that you can take it to the next step. You write that to an SD card, and then of course there are scripts. There's a one launch script that will install a whole server on a Raspberry Pi or an Intel box, so here's a list of resources. I won't read them, but I'll give you a minute to read them. They range from kind of a website that describes Internet in a Box through like frequently asked questions, but also the GitHub repository and things like that where the actual code is. I don't know, a long list of things that can help you if you wanted to implement Internet in a Box for a particular situation. And at the bottom, I've mentioned the fact that on Saturday there's actually another session that's only on Internet in a Box, and the aim is for that to be a little more hands-on. There'll be some talking, but also we'll at least mock our way through and do some of these things to show how you would actually install and configure to set up an Internet in a Box. Okay.
Thank you very much, Tim, for sharing about Internet in the Box. We have one bonus for you, like an example of what you can do if you decide to print whole Wikipedia. So there are guys who decided to show the amount of knowledge of English Wikipedia. They printed it on books. It was like more than 100 books, I think, like a few thousand, like many thousands of materials. And it was in New York. So the moment they printed, they put it, it's already outdated. And it was like art project, more like art and creative project by an artist, German artist. So they just decided to show the amount of this human knowledge. And later on, they did that in Berlin as well for German Wikipedia. And also some more resources that will be on the slides. For further reading, some diff articles about different projects in the world that use Kiwix and other sources. And we have a place for Q&A. If you have any question, please ask. And also, if you find it useful, the information today, please share how you want to use these methods for your next project. We will be very interested in hearing this. So thank you very much. And yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. This is Dara from Iranian community. It's not a question, actually. I would like to also mention something new. That you might know that in Iran, internet was blocked for 3 months by the government. And the way we get it to Kiwix to the people that they want to use the Wikipedia offline, it was to introduce, we knew that it would be blocked, so we distributed the Kiwix. But for 3 months, they would need updates. So we had a partnership with a company named Tushe, which is outside of Iran, of course. They would send the dump of the Wikipedia through the satellite. So the people who had the information, the software on their mobile and also their laptop, they can receive information, the dumps. Yeah, sorry. The dumps through the satellite. So I just want to mention that this is also a way to send the information if there's a blockade in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think also it was done in North Korea. Some volunteers spreaded Kiwix in flash drives. It's very interesting. Yes?
Well, hi, my name is Claudia and I work for Wikipedia in Maya. And I have one question. Do the two projects work with the incubator Wikipedias? Or only with Wikipedias that are outside, that are published?
I think the main thing is that you need the content available, right?
Yeah, I guess the question is, does Cubics? The question is, does Cubics make Zims of incubator? Most of the incubators are so incredibly small. You know, they're 5, 10, 50, 100 articles. That'd be a great question for Stefan. We can reach out to him and ask, does Cubics make Zims of incubator? If Cubics does make Zims of incubator, then we can put it on the device. I can look it up. Let me see if I can figure it out.
So that's, I didn't mention it, but Kiwix has something called Zimit, and you give it a you give it a URL, and it will actually produce a Zim, and then you can copy that Zim into the right place where Kiwix expects to find it, and so you can add. I have created Zims. I mentioned the medical material, rare diseases. I scraped that site, then I made a Zim out of it, and then I put it into a catalog so that you could just point and select it, but I could have just copied it into the right place where Kiwix would expect to find it. So Kiwix is extensible in the sense that you're not only stuck with what they make, they give you facility to produce a Zim from other internet content.
Do you have more questions? Yes.
Marcin from Polish Wikipedia. I run often into a different problem. I was once in Kiev and I was writing my presentation during one of those drone attacks. So I was sitting in the bathroom, and what you was doing, I was screenshotting MediaWiki like crazy just to get stuff offline before internet goes down. But sometimes I need a MediaWiki installation to edit offline, which means I not only need a MediaWiki installation, which is available to developers as a background or something, but also like templates, modules, and all the stuff around it, so it feels like a Wikipedia instance. The question is, do you know any solutions like this which go beyond typical MediaWiki developer setup?
So I mentioned that in addition to Kiwix, we install a number of applications on Internet in a Box. Again, these are selectable, you don't have to, and MediaWiki is one of them. So if you check a box and press install, you'll actually get a MediaWiki instance, which you can then edit, not online, your own MediaWiki. Now, in terms of templates and things like that, I'm not sure what we have. It's a stock MediaWiki install, but it will be there, and it'll be in your homepage menu. So when you go to the homepage of Internet in a Box, in fact, I have it on the ones that I have fired up, so that you can go there and just create content. Some people use it for a local, maybe a school server, things like that. I'd be interested in knowing where the templates that you would be interested in, because we could easily include them, because we already have the server running, and the web server and PHP and all those things that are required to run it are installed. So and MediaWiki itself is installed.
And Florence with Wikifund. Is Florence here? I don't think so. So she worked on a project called Wikifundy, which made it easier to edit Wikipedia when you're offline. And basically, she created, and we have Wikifundy as part. Is it working at this point? Okay.
It was built on a very old version of the MediaWiki, and personally, I was not able to bring it through about 5 version changes to bring the database up.
Yeah. So there was some interest, but I think it's fallen into disrepair.
But it was aimed at teaching people to edit in an offline environment.
Okay, so probably the next project something I'm personally interested in is to have like a special dump, like just templates and modules and Lua stuff and CSS and JavaScript, all those things we like to have, and maybe some commons things like prepackaged icons and all the things we have and then and maybe some help pages, community pages, and leave content or no content. Maybe that would be some kind of dump which could be easily installed on MediaWiki you have.
I'd be happy to work with you.
Well, let's have a look. Yeah, thank you.
Do we have more questions or sharing of ideas? How do you want to use it in the future? If we have no question, maybe in the chat, Anton, guys, is there any question in the chat? Okay. Okay. Yes, it happens sometimes. So the problem with internet, with shortages, it's just like real trouble in many parts of the world. So thank you very much for joining this presentation. Thank you very much for coming so early and asking your questions. See you later, and please approach us if you have any questions. And you will see Stefan the day after tomorrow. You can ask him also some questions. Thanks.
Thank you again to Kate and Tim. We now got a break until 11 o'clock. Yeah, well, half hour. So, and we're early.
Go on stage.
We have 1 more minute, so I'll give folks 1 more minute to click on. Oh, the clicker? Oh, it's here. C'est bon? Hello. Good. Bonjour. Good. I just want to make sure the streaming is all good, and then we can get started. Yes? All right, great. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Jazz. I'm a principal product manager on the mobile apps team at the Wikimedia Foundation. Oh, no, it's my face. I don't want to see that. Where are the slides? All right. Thanks for choosing to come to the session. We're going to spend about 55 minutes together, and I promise it won't be me just talking at you the whole time. We'll actually do something interactive and useful with our time here. Did I do that right? Let's see. Oh, maybe I have to turn it on. I probably shouldn't just be clicking stuff. Oh, hey, Rita. Okay. All right, I'm going to talk about this slide as the clicker comes up. All right. Thank you. Okay. So I do have to give you some context of how the apps fit into. Oh, okay, sure. Fits into the reader strategy, and if you haven't heard about that, I'm going to talk about it. I want to give you an idea of who uses the app, which experiments have actually moved the needle in keeping readers within the app, and then we're going to work together based on some of that information in order to build out ideas. By picking really early stage concepts, you'll see some of them actually on the wall, the title of them, and I'll show you a description as we go through. And then once you get an idea of some of the early stage concepts we have, what things lead to retention, then it'll be open to you to add to the mobile apps backlog of features we should build. So that's what we're going to do here today. So you'll hear, oh, there we go. Yeah, you'll hear quite a bit about this, I think, throughout Wikimania, but it's important for me to reiterate. For most of Wikipedia's life, people simply found it, right? They searched and Wikipedia was there. That's no longer true. Page views are down about 8% year over year, and new account signups are down 13%, and that's while the internet keeps growing. Why is that happening? So how people learn has changed. New generations learn on TikTok, YouTube, ChatGPT, Reddit, and fewer of them arrive via search.
And once someone is here, discovery still leans on blue links, and only 15 to 30% of readers actually find what they came in for. In a session on Saturday, there will be a deeper dive into on wiki search. So I encourage you all to come to the Can Cat See in the Dark session, which you can learn the answer to that if you attend. And the session is about the app's role in addressing this change, or this session is. The main thing I want you to take away from this slide is readers become editors and donors. Fewer readers today means fewer editors and donors tomorrow, which puts the whole project at risk. So this is the more optimistic point here. Fewer visits doesn't have to mean less impact. But that is only if the people who come stay. That's the whole reader strategy in one line. Think of it as a journey. 1, make new readers stay, a first visit worth returning to. 2, turn readers into regulars so they have accounts and a personal connection. 3, make the apps a daily home where knowledge lovers come back every day. And 4, grow lasting support where devoted readers become contributors. There are some targets we are aiming to meet in alignment with this strategy. Over 2 years, we want to double logged in reader retention on the web and 5 times the daily active app users. We're optimizing for depth of relation, not raw reach. So why 5x on the app specifically compared to the 2x on the web? It's 3 reasons. First, our most loyal readers are already in the app. They come back more often, they explore longer, they save what they find. Second, an app can do what a website can't, which is build daily habits, a personal feed, offline reading, an experience that always is with you. And then third, the world is mobile first. Apps are around 90% of the time spent online, and we're heading towards 7.7 billion smartphone users by 2028. The 5 times more active readers goal, this is where this will come from. But one important thing to balance is I don't want anyone to walk out of this session and tell anyone that, oh my gosh, the plan is to abandon web, because that's not the plan at all. The web is still our front door. Most readers still arrive there through search and links and reuse across the internet. It's universal. Any device, any browser, it's no install needed, and it's where the superior editing experience is, if we're being honest. The apps are the deepening layer where a casual reader, someone who visits every few weeks to once a month, becomes a daily knowledge lover. So even if we have fewer readers directly visit the site overall, far deeper engagement per reader, it's not necessarily an either or situation. The web can continue to bring mass folks as, much as it can with the external decline, whereas the apps can help them stay. And I think our plan is to invest in both. And here's what we lean into on the apps. So native things, a browser that can't quite match the same way. So offline reading, notifications for gentle, well-timed knowledge, nudges that people can opt into. We're not forcing notifications on anyone. Home screen widgets so that Wikipedia could be a glance away. On-device privacy, which is really important. So personalization, reading stats stay on the phone and not on our servers. Device integration, so camera, location, a share sheet, sensors, and rapid native development. So on apps, you can typically ship things a lot faster than you can on web. So just keep these things in mind, because in a few minutes, this is the raw materials you'll use in order to build in our workshop. So who's in the app? the audience to keep in mind as we're building together. In 2025, across Android and iOS, the US leads with new installs by a bit, 1.17 million. Then there's Germany at 710,000, India at 503,000, Japan at a little over 300,000, in the UK at over 200,000. And since we're in France, I thought I'd pull that as well, which is over 188,000. Just to give you an idea of a few of our top install countries. Day to day, we're at roughly 1.85 million daily active users. That's against 8.36 million monthly, which is actually pretty good when we're looking at the ratio of daily to monthly active user from like an industry standpoint. The leading languages are English, German, Japanese, French, Italian, which kind of mirrors what we see as far as country. But the pattern worth sitting with is we see a cluster of high-income English, German, Japanese-speaking markets. Even though India has high installs, when we look at page views, it's not where it could be. And so that's a clear opportunity of improvement. However, as we grow that awareness, we must continue to have features that keep people around. So I would like to share with you a few examples of what actually makes people come back and open the Wikipedia app each day. We ran a lot of experiments, and I don't want you to hear over the next few slides this as 3 wins. I want you to see them as principles. Retention moves when a feature gives you a reason to return, when it's personal and lean back, which means kind of that serendipity moment where you find something that you're really interested in just by, discovery and exploring. And when it reflects back something you see in yourself. So let me show you an example of each of these. So the principle 1 of give a reason to return, this is our clearest proof, which was the reading challenge widget. It's a reading goal and a streak on the home screen, kind of like a daily promise. And so people could create an account or log in, and every day they're reminded to read. They can open directly to Explore to find inspiration. They can use a random article or go directly to search if they already have something in mind. What we saw from that was a 2-day retention jump. So that means someone that comes back the second day to the app. 12% on Android and 23% on iOS. And this is measured against those same users' own prior behavior. And it also generated 46,000 new reader accounts, 64% of all new app accounts during that period. So majority of them came for that feature. A home screen streak turned casual reading into a daily habit. So this is the first example. Principle 2, make it personal and lean back. No high stakes, but allow people to kind of have some serendipity in finding something they're interested in. We rebuilt a pretty outdated and fairly generic Explore feed into a home feed that was personalized, visual, with onboarding that establishes interest on the first open. In true Wikipedia fashion, there is a For You alongside a community tab, and neither feed is endless scroll. It intentionally ends for the day. The feed return rate increased 10.5% compared to the original Explorer. 14-day retention for the entire app went up 8%, 47.4% versus 42.9%. And we did this by having like a holdout group that didn't receive the update and comparing against the two. And crucially, almost nobody switched it off. module rejection was 1/10 of 1%, which is the same as what we saw on the original Explorer feed, so that didn't go up. People spend the most time per session inside the For You modules, interestingly enough. And when the feed, which is when the feed knows readers even a little bit, like when we know what their interests are, people typically stick around. Okay, and this is principle 3, the last principle. Reflect the reader back to themselves. So this is personalized year in review, which shows you your reading year. And people love seeing themselves. We learned from this. So you can see here, it's like you like to read in the afternoon on Wednesday, and your most read month is December. And this is all using local data, again, that can be cleared by the individual, not anything stored on servers. So the feature return rate went up 12%. 2-day app retention was up 23% from this feature. And over 57% of accounts involved were created through the feature itself. So that spike you can see at the end was around time of year in review. People will open the app for a personal story about their own curiosity. Yeah, sure. When you say how is it measured with account creation? The normal period. So the 57% here is the number of accounts that were created through the feature. So during that time period of all the accounts that were created, 57% came directly from year in review. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay. All right, so what experiments did we release that didn't move retention? And this is important, right? If you ever go and talk to a team and they don't, we have all successes, they're not telling you the truth. So I want to share failures with you as well. Here's the other half. So capability with, no habits at all. That was tabs on iOS. So we thought it was genuinely useful, and it was actually requested a lot by readers of the app. They would send in requests because maybe they were using the Android device where it had tabs, and they were like, why doesn't the iOS app have tabs? It's the feature that I use the most. Like, please add it to the iOS app. So we were just like certain, okay, this is going to be a hit. People are really asking for this. And while it didn't do any harm, it didn't increase retention. And so I'm going to show you, not in a way that was statistically significant. It was like 0.14%. That's not enough. We didn't necessarily remove the feature. Again, it didn't have any harm, and people wanted the feature. So the lesson isn't, if people are asking for something and it doesn't increase retention, we're just going to rip it out. Like, if it's not doing any harm, we'll keep it. But that feature looked like this, just allowing people to go back and see what articles they read in the app. Yes?
Do we know why people went back to tabs on Android more than iOS?
So on Android, it wasn't necessarily a high retaining feature either. It was a feature that was kind of always in the app. And it was qualitative feedback that led us to believe that it could be high retaining because users asked for it. That was what we were going based on. And the quantitative data just didn't support that. Oh, here it says no statistically significant increase in app returns. I'm going to come back to these two screens. So the next one that I want to talk about with you all is, sometimes releasing updates, iterate on it, so we try again to make improvements. It can increase retention. The team tried adding recommendations inside the tabs overview. It did positively nudge page views, and it did result in people creating more tabs. But again, it retention stayed flat. So no statistically significant increase in app returns, moderate increase in page views. Here's the recommendations based on your recent tabs. And did you know? I know a lot of people are fans of Did You Know, so it had Did You Know if you didn't have any tabs to give people recommendations of what to open. No one asked for this. It was just kind of us thinking it might help. And since no one asked for this, it didn't necessarily result into anything significantly positive. We took it out. And then the last thing that I'll share here is sometimes having things that are just generic call to actions doesn't help retention either. And that shouldn't probably be a shocker to anyone. But we just experimented with a plain get involved activity tab shown to non-editors. And activation did increase from 29 to 37%, but again, it wasn't statistically significant. So this is what the original looked like. On the far, this is your far right. No statistically significant increase in app returns for V1. However, as I mentioned before, sometimes it's worth trying to make improvements to see if you can get there. And we did actually take this from being pretty generic. We were able to talk to readers, talk to editors to understand what could be helpful here. And we made a lot of improvements to that feature, and it was actually worth the investment because the next version of activity tab, which was more robust, like it had your reading list in there, it had some stats about even your editing behaviors and history, that performed a lot better. So I'm actually glad that we did iterate on that, but it became more personal instead of being so generic. So this gives you an idea of what works and what doesn't. And now it's your turn. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give you some time to read through the next set of slides. It's some ideas that I pulled from our backlogs. Some ideas you may look at and say that's a terrible idea, and that's okay because sometimes we have terrible ideas. We're humans. That's what separates us from the robots, I think. And then the other stuff you might think, oh, this is a really interesting idea. And then once you kind of read through it, you'll have an opportunity to do what we call dot voting. So you'll notice that around the room there are these green dots. Yes, thank you, Val. And you'll be able to get just one green dot and you vote on your favorite idea you'd be interested in working on. And then you'll get into groups. You and your group will be able to build out the idea. And how you can build out the idea is you can either vibe code it if you're interested in vibe coding. There are some engineers in the room. You can live design. There are some designers in the room as well. Or you can storyboard it. And so we have paper. You can draw pen to paper the concept that you have in mind for the favorite idea. And then at the end of this, we'll do some share outs. And you'll have an opportunity to add ideas to our backlog. Okay? So I'll break it into chunks so you're not overwhelmed by each piece of information. So this next part of just like reading, let's say each slide I'll give you about 5 minutes. So just to give you an idea, this is the number, about 4 slides. So I'll give you about a couple of minutes. I'll check in to make sure everybody had a chance to read. So let's get started, read through, try to take mental note of what idea you'd like to work on. Am I okay to go to the next slide? Okay.
The very first one, I think it misses the word articles there, right? That they instead of 3 to 5 articles built around the team.
Perhaps. Perhaps I forgot a word, yeah. Yeah, 3 to 5 articles. You're right. Thank you.
Are there also people collaborating on Eventia?
They should be able to, yeah. Okay. Am I okay to go to the next one? Okay.
What's an always on display? Always on screen? What is it?
Yeah, so I don't know if you have, do you have an Android or iOS device?
Android.
Yeah, so Android, you can choose to like rotate your phone and have something in the background rotate, like Wikipedia facts, when it's just idle.
Oh,
It's always on.
right. My screen track is just black right now.
You can update it to have this. Am I okay to go to the next one? Okay, this is the last one. All right. So now we're going to move on to dot voting.
Okay, can you go back to the
Yeah, sure. The titles of all of these are on these two walls here. If you can just grab a dot, and if you need one, just raise your hand. I can help you direct you to someone who may have one near you, and just put it on. Just choose one. Choose one idea that you think is interesting, please.
one vote, right?
You get one.
One vote. Where is the list? Where is the list of
On the two walls here. Yeah, let me see if
second slide of propositions? I've seen one with modifications. Getting notified when there is significant change in an article.
this one?
Real time?
Yeah, real-time knowledge updates.
that means editing with Revit.
Mm.
That's why I'm a little frustrated on the editing side.
I can understand that.
Because of my notebook is down. Broke down the GPU broke down, so I don't have
So you edit from your phone.
tablet on this.
Okay. I understand. We should talk more about this. Yeah. 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 We should talk more about this. Okay. I said we should talk more about this. Yeah. All right. If you are not at a table, if you can make your way to a table, that would be great. I don't think anyone in here bites, so we'll find out if they do. You have space at the back? It sounds like there's space at the back table. You can just choose whichever table.
This is workshop time, so I let you.
Okay.
I missed the talk.
It's okay.
Sorry, I never work in web, so my advice is, but it was very interesting.
All right. Feel free to join. All right. This table seems pretty ready to go. So let's see. You have a lot of dots here. You have a lot of dots here. You can make the first choice between these two. You want to do visual search? Okay, let's do it. So visual search is all yours.
So every table is discussing everything?
No, you each get one project to work on. I'll explain that in a minute.
So you can just move tables if you don't like the...
You've chosen your table. It's okay. On the apps team, sometimes that we work on things that we don't like. All right.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about...
This is true. This is true. All right. We have knowledge graph. Sorry, y'all. Even though I have on Navigator and real-time knowledge updates. Which one? Graph. All right. Here you go. This is your assignment. All right. This table here. You have, what's the next top two? Wikipedia as a second brain or real-time knowledge updates. Y'all want real-time knowledge updates? Are you going to let them have it? I'm sorry, they want real-time knowledge updates. I'm sorry. I offered for them to give it to you. Just make sure that when they share out, you're extra critical. No, I'm kidding. I'm just joking. All right. Okay, Wikipedia as a second brain or suggested walking tour? Walking tour? Okay, Eliza, if you can bring that one over here. All right. What's the next two? Read aloud or? Personalized daily learning journey.
Okay, I would say the personalized daily learning.
Wikipedia as second brain, like saving things, like archiving things.
Yes. I will. Yeah. Which one did you all take? Personalized learning journey? Okay. And then for our own online folks, if you can comment in the chat, Your options are Wikipedia as a second brain or read aloud. Whoever comments first gets to choose for the online group. Okay, let me know when they decide, please. All right, so the next part of this workshop, now that you have your assignments, you can build it your way. So you can choose with your group either to vibe code what you think this feature should look like. You can live design it, or you can choose to do storyboarding. So kind of decide amongst yourselves how you'd like to do this. And you have about 15 to 20 minutes to work on that. Occupy on the time. Hey all, we have about 4 or 5 more minutes for this section. Something I want to ask you to do as you start to wrap up is I want you to talk about what impact do you think this idea could have and why do you believe it could have that impact and if there's any sort of like risk that we should keep in mind. Okay? Did everybody catch what I said? I figure it's okay. Yeah, so we have maybe 4 or 5 more minutes for this section. But one of the things I'll ask if you could start shift to discussing is what impact do you believe this could have, your idea, now that you've had some time to kind of sketch it out, why you believe it would have the level of impact or not that you came up with, and then are there any risks that should be considered? So if you could just incorporate that in the next 5 minutes, get to a good point. We're going to kind of do 1 minute share outs, and that'll be pretty much it. Then I have to let you go, although I wish I could keep you all here.
I'll run the mic for you when you push it out so you don't have to run around. Thank you so much.
So let's start it at the 50-minute mark.
Yeah.
You have a sound on your computer. You must put. No, this one, okay. And there's a sound come by that, okay, and the video by this. Okay, you have as a. No? Okay. That is for the sound. Okay? You must put your out of your computer the sound of the computer. Yes. Okay?
How would I distinguish this from this which is in the app already? It's a nearby feed. How do we turn it into a
Okay, I think we're gonna do share outs now. Would anyone like to go first to share out their idea? Anyone? I'm gonna come down there. Yes? Please, yeah. Oh, you can come up. Yeah, come up.
Okay, so yeah, this is the right order. Okay, so meet Max. Max is 12 years old, and Max is really fond of lions. He loves lions. So he decides to use the Wikipedia app to learn more about lions. So he gets a pop-up, what do you want to learn about? And he says, of course, lions, because Max loves lions. So the Wikipedia app generates his personalized daily learning journey to becoming a lion expert. And the Lion Expert program consists of 3 steps, 3 days, that combine like easy to digest content, things like images, did you know facts about lions, and maybe some Wikidata facts as well, and of course articles or maybe snippets from articles, so it's a little easier to learn. After the 3 steps, and he gets 3 stars, he gets a quiz, where he's quizzed about all the facts about lions, and in the end, if he does it and correctly, he gets a trophy and he becomes the lion expert. Of course, there's a little widget on his phone that tracks his progress because he really wants to get 3 stars and win in the quiz, so he gets to be a lion expert. And we think this impact will be that using the Wikipedia app will be fun for 12-year-old kids.
Should I go next?
Hello, so James Squire from Wikipedia in French mostly. So for the impact, it will be, I think, so we were about suggested working tours. I think the impact could be quite high at 6 or 7 out of 10, because we could have used the geolocation of linked articles having been read already from the device reading historics. And there are some risks, like over-tourism of some places if the geolocation feature is used, and distracted walking or driving, like you're walking and just you're taking a HV in the face because you didn't look around before crossing the street, mostly in Paris.
Brilliant, thank you so much. This table?
Okay, so we had the camera-based visual search. Sorry for the handwriting, is a little bit mine. So what we thought is it should start in the Wikipedia app, so it should definitely not be a different app. You have the search button underneath, you click on it, and then you come to the regular search column. And we would take away 1 centimeter and put a camera symbol there, like a special camera symbol, which brings you to camera view. And not like in Google Lens where you have to take a picture. There is also a live view there, but it's not that good yet, at least. We would like it to be live, so when you're just showing something or like opening the camera on something, it will, so this is the Eiffel Tower, Arc de Triomphe, then it will circle it, and it will say like Eiffel Tower, 98%, what is it? Accuracy, thank you. Arc de Triomphe, 71%, and then also on the bottom it should be, there should be definitely a line that says can make mistakes, like in the AI, because what somebody said was that if it's a mushroom, it can be potentially dangerous if it's the wrong one. And then if you click on it, on one of the symbols, there should be like a pop-up which will say also 98% Eiffel Tower, can also be 50% Eiffel Tower Hotel Las Vegas, for example. Yeah, and then it would be it would lead you to the Wikipedia article as well in the same app. Impact, there were a little bit of discussions, so like 9. Because of the drive of the page views and the interaction, more reasoning we did not have enough time, to be honest, as well. It's a huge topic, I think. And then also for the efforts and risks, it's probably very expensive to build, but also we don't have any technical engineer on the table, so that was what we came up with.
Film, then these people will get
Okay, thank you so much.
So we discussed the knowledge graph. We don't have much here except a little diagram of what it might look like, but the basic idea is pretty simple. We collect the articles that a reader has read, and we turn those into a graph based on the links between the articles. And we can also suggest new articles, maybe if they're directly connected to two already on the graph, like a new connection, we could suggest those. And the idea would be that the readers build up this graph over time and it looks pretty, maybe it's colorful. There's another app that some of us use for note-taking called Obsidian, where they already do this and it looks very pretty. And then the idea is that readers would build this up over time. They can share it on social media. They can try to generate as many connections or nodes as possible, or edges. And that's basically it. Oh yeah. And then we can also suggest new articles to create based on like red links, things that are missing, which could also be on the graph.
Sorry, we're out of time. Sorry. Come find me after. Sorry.
Love to have it if you want to keep it, but it's okay. I understand. But thank you. It's okay. I want it.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to Jazz and her team that have helped with this session. And 2 minutes' time, we'll move on to Wiki Source Reader from Bodhi. No, you're right on time. You're good to start.
Okay, fine.
Uh, Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Like two people. Thank you. No problem. That is good actually. So we can talk there. Yeah. Sorry. Shall I start? Yes. Okay. Hello. My name is Bodhisattva. I'm from India. I come from the eastern part of India, a Bengali-speaking province, and I've been in this movement for more than 14 years now. And mostly right now, I am mostly active in Wikisource and integrating that with Wikidata along with Mahir. Hey, because no person here, so so yeah. So I'll be giving a short demo or a live demo maybe about a new app which we have developed last year, the Wikisource Reader app, and I will try to give a brief introduction about this, what this is all about, and then I will give you a live demo, which is the trickiest part because anything can go with live demo. So please bear with me. So book lovers from all over the world actually imagine paradise or heaven as some kind of library, or vice versa, maybe library as some kind of paradise. And in Wikisource, we are trying to build something like that. Hey. We are actually building an online digital library. It's a free and open digital library, and it is a sister project of Wikimedia. Like in Wikipedia, as we are building encyclopedia, the community is coming together to build an encyclopedia. In Wikisource, we are actually building a library. So just like any libraries, we have books, newspapers, periodicals, magazines, manuscripts, etc., which are one kind of knowledge platforms, which has been there for many centuries now. And we are trying to preserve those contents in Wikisource Online Digital Library. So we are actually taking the copyright-free materials, not the copyrighted materials, because we are not a piracy website. So we only keep the copyright-free materials, depending upon the different copyright jurisdiction of different countries. But we are more than a host of digital library. We are a transcription and proofreading platform. We have different technologies to transcribe our contents. That means we have different OCR technology, optical character recognition technologies. Some of them are free and open source, like Tesseract. Some of them are proprietary, like Google Cloud Vision API and Transcribers OCR. But we have a very good software for this to handle this transcription and proofreading, which is a MediaWiki extension called Proofread Page Extension, and that has been built and integrated into all Wikisource projects. So through this OCR technology, the community comes together. I will show you later. The community comes together to proofread the texts so that it can become more searchable, available to the researchers and everyone else in Unicode format, so that you can search it, you can cite it, you can do whatever you can with that content. So we have a very good collaboratively. I mean, this project is collaboratively built by humans and some bots, and we have a very passionate community which is not here, so it's fine. I hope that some of will show up, but they didn't anyway, so that is fine. Anyway, we also have 80 language domains. From different parts of the world, not only English, French, or German, or the European languages. We have a very good presence in Indic languages, Indian languages, Asian languages. We don't have much presence in African languages, but other than that, we have like 80 language domains. We also have an incubator called Multilingual Wikisource, where there are many other languages which are actually trying to grow and trying to bring new contents. So for those, I was supposed to ask that how many of you have edited Wikisource or know about Wikisource? Great, thank you, 50%, 60%. So I will just give a brief workflow about Wikisource for those who have not been there and those who are not aware what we are doing, trying to do there. So we actually, as we are a library, the first step is to search books. We can search books from different sources. Maybe we have some partners in different libraries, like British Library, National Library of France, National Library of Quebec, and so on. Sometimes books are there in your own bookshelf. So you can just grab it from there and scan it or digitize it. Sometimes there are already digital versions available on the internet. So if they are copyright-free materials, we can just grab it and check the copyright status. If it is everything, if everything is okay, we can just upload it to our Wikimedia sites. Mostly we upload it to Wikimedia Commons, but there are some conditions where we can upload. We upload those to local Wikisource projects, like French and Bangla. We upload books in local Wikisource projects sometimes, depending upon the copyright status of this book. And after Wikimedia, after uploading the book, we actually index that book. That means we create the table of content of those books, like divide the chapters, and we see whether the book has any missing pages, or there are any duplication of pages, or there are any bad scans. So we check that in the indexing stage. And then we transcribe. We have OCRs, as I have told. We have different kinds of OCRs. So we transcribe those text into Unicode format. And then the community comes together to curate those text. They proofread and validate those texts. So if one community members comes and curate one page, so that is proofreading for us. And if two separate community members comes and proofread the single page, that is validation. That means each and every pages are actually checked 2 times by 2 community members. So that is a level of quality control in Wikisource. And then after proofreading and validation, we transclude that page into main namespace in the NS0 pages so that the readers can read the books easily. Because all these stages are for the editors and the last stage is for the readers. So for our app, we are actually more focused on the proofread and validation part and the transclusion part. I will not go into details about the other stages because that takes a lot of that will take a lot of other diversion, and that is not necessary for our app. So I will just give you one example of how proofread status looks like. So this is one book by Victor Hugo, the Notre Dame de Paris, the famous book, and it is a 1902 translation. This is an English translation. So this is this book has been hosted in English Wikisource, and you can see that these are the pages which are split by the MediaWiki proofread page extension. So all the pages are separately split here, and there are some color codes. So for example, there is yellow color, and there is a green color, there is red color, and some other colors. So yellow color means proofread. One person has come together and curated that page. That means yellow color, that is proofread for proofreading. And the green color means that 2 persons has come into one page and validated it. So these are the two color codes which are interesting for us. And this is how it looks like for completed book, the book which has the proofreading has been completed. So you can see that all the colors are yellow mostly. Some are there which are green. That means this book has been completely proofread and somewhat validated. But this book is interesting because we are taking this book for our app, because we assume that at least one community has proofread or curated this. That means that book has been at least more or less complete, or maybe perfect. Not perfect, but at least we assume that it is perfect, and we can deliver it to our readers. So this is how proofread status looks like, and I will just let you scan this QR code if you want. So this is one book which you can read from Wikisource website. If you have your mobile phone, you can scan it, and I will ask you, I will give you some time, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, to find the reading experience, how it looks like in the website. Do you find it bad? Do you find it good? Do you find it like very bad? I don't know. So I find it very bad, but anyway, for you, I'm leaving it to you. So if you scan it, I will just give you 2 or 3 minutes. I will just shut up here, and you can tell your experience how it feels to read a book from Wikisource website. No, it's fine. Yes. So, any volunteers? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I start, it's very clear, but I have the desk vision, and in desk vision is easy. I cannot read this with desk vision. If I want to change mobile vision, I have to know the link is down and then become better, but sometimes it's too long.
Right.
So I say, well, where I am, I start to read, I stop to read, but now I don't know where it is. So the reading experience is not very good.
Thank you. Yeah, sure, please. So what? Right. It should be possible, yes. Yeah, there is no easy way to find it, right? Yes. Anything else? Anyone who finds it very interesting, no? Nobody? I expected that, yeah.
I think that the fact that it's a website makes it easy, for example, to search. That it's not opening in a separate app that may have a UI that I'm not necessarily used to, so that helps in that respect. I also like that the index is clickable, even though like the page number should be the index of illustrations is not linked, so that's doing something that was done manually, but the potential is there. So
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, sure, please.
Can you walk the
I want to move, right?
Because people online can't hear what's being said.
Yeah, one thing I noticed was that, so for me it opened on the mobile view, and it actually reads quite nicely for me personally, but I noticed there's like a lot of stuff at the top of the page. Like before I can even start reading, I have to scroll down an entire page. Like there's like the title, and then we have page, source, discussion, edit, for other versions. title of the book, and then sister projects, and then a picture, and then we get to reading.
Another problem when I move to chapter and chapter, so I don't know where I am in the book. There is too much chapter, but I don't know if when we have a book, we know where we are in the beginning, in the middle. So when we want to read it, we don't know where we are. And if we want to move from another chapter, there is not a general navigation to move from a chapter to another chapter. That's a problem.
Anyone? Yep.
I'm in a chapter where clearly someone, and the author, Lewis Carroll, has clearly taken quite some effort to format the text flow nicely, but it's broken here and there a bit by the different screen sizes and so on. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was expected. Personally, I feel that this. So if I go to one chapter, I feel like I'm reading a article, not a book. Maybe a Wikipedia article or something, but definitely not a book. And yes, we cannot annotate. We cannot like change the theme. We cannot change the. We cannot highlight. There are your problems and your problems. Yes, this is a long-standing problem for the Wikisource community. Not now. It has been discussed over the years, like over the decades, I guess. So that is because MediaWiki is not a book reading software. So it's basically a collaborative editing software where you cannot read books. That is not meant for book readers. That was meant for people to come together and edit. So that is why that problem is there. But we have built Wikisource on MediaWiki. So that is our inherent problem, and we cannot solve it in our website until something radically changed in our like vectors or skins or in our software. So yes, the mobile users. So most of our mobile users, like the viewers which are accessing our website, at least 30 to 70% are coming from mobile users. So from like 70%, 60%, they are coming from Indian communities, Asian communities. They are very mobile savvy. Some 30 to 40%, they are coming from Europe. But yes, mobile users are also facing difficulty. And so whatever we have, like people who are accessing website from their laptops or our mobiles, we are losing them. We cannot retain them because all of these problems which you are telling. And this has been a problem for many years. I can remember in 2015 Wikisource conference, in the first Wikisource conference, it was discussed that we need an app or we need to fix something. Like this is not a good thing. But that didn't happen. We wanted to reach to our customers or consumers, but that was one of the problem. So this has been discussed. This has been put into community wish list and other places to the developers that you need to fix this. But you know, Wikisource is not a very what can I say? It is not a very supported project. So we have like 3 love child: Wikipedia, Commons, and Wikidata. Wikisource is not among them. So whatever we are building in our own volunteer times. There is no support from any affiliates, sorry to say, but it's true. So that's why this has been a problem for many years now. So there were some attempts to actually fix those problems in different ways. So for now, the status quo is like this: that you upload a book PDF or DJView, you transcribe it, you convert it into wiki text, add the links, add the templates, and all those things. And that is actually converted into an HTML file, which you are reading. That is not very good for book reading. But the formats which we have for contemporary book reading technologies are not HTML. They are EPUBs. Or a few years ago, it was Mobi. for Kindle devices. So there are some attempts. So there was one tool called WS Export, which was built by TPT, a very dedicated French Wikisource technology person. He created WS Export, and right now it has been maintained by another developer, Sam Wilson. So this tool actually converts the HTML into EPUB version, so you can download that EPUB. So every Wikisource has the option to download EPUB directly from the website, so you can download it, you can read it into your device and in your time, offline time, and it has the advantages of EPUB. So you can actually navigate all those disadvantages of the website. So that's why we have built this Wikisource Reader app last year. We felt that someone needs to act, and we created a dedicated reading space for Wikisource consumers, the readers, who are mostly neglected. We think about the editors, but we do not go reach out to the editors, readers, or our consumers. So we created this app last year in August, and I will try to give you a live demo. Fingers crossed, because live demo are always tricky. So I'm not sure if everything will go fine, but I'll try. Yes, Android users, any iOS users? Sorry, and sorry. Sorry. iOS user or iPhone users, you have to wait for 2 more months because we are developing the iOS app, but it is still not released on Apple Store. We have to wait for 2 more months, and we can then release the beta version. But for Android users, you can scan this. For iOS users, you can check this, because the two apps almost look similar. So you can find the advantages from there. So if you can scan this QR code, you will get the link from the Google Play Store, and I will switch to my mobile now. Hopefully it will work. Nice, it is working. Sorry, I cannot actually change the width of this screen, but I hope it will be fine. So if you go to Google Play Store and search Wikisource, that is the only app which will come up. Have you all scanned it? Yes? Installed it? No? Yes? Not yet, please. Oh, you don't want to do? That is fine. Okay, so I'll start with the app. So there will be a very short transition of the logo, and after that, there will be an onboarding guide for you. So we can show you the features from where you can access all the different kinds of advantages which you were talking about, which you cannot access from your website. So for example, the first logo is the Switch language logo. We have around 28 languages right now. There are 4 more languages which are in the pipeline and will be updated in the next release. But right now we have 28 languages. I will go to each and one of the features individually. The next is the books sorting. How do you sort the books in different ways? I can show you what do you mean by that. Then the search function, you can search the title of the book or the name of the author from this functionality. We will add some more features there in the next release, but for now, only the authors and the title of the book. There is a home section, which is not important anyway. So the category section, where you can you can actually filter the books according to different kinds of literary forms like novels, plays, genre, different kinds of genres maybe. And there is your library where you can download your book. You can keep it in your in this app, and you can read when you do not have any internet, or if you are traveling or somewhere else. You can access those books from here. And there is a settings, app settings, which also has some features where you can change the theme and change something. So I will just go one by one. So this is the browse by language, the first feature, where you can change the language. So there are 28 languages, mostly from Europe and Asia. We have 4 languages: German, Norwegian, Portuguese, and Farsi in the pipeline, which will be released in the next update. So if you select any one language, you can only get books only from that language. Easy. So right now, all the books are coming from different languages: English, Bangla, English, French, something. So if you just change it to French, it will take some time. Not my fault, but yeah. It runs a Wikidata query. So all the French books are there. Something like that. So let's move it to all books. Please. Yeah, this is embarrassing. Yeah. Now you can also sort the books by different ways, based on popularity, alphabetically, and randomized way. So the popularity is determined by the page views analysis. So if people are searching the book in the website more, it will come at the top. If the people are not searching that book, it will come at the bottom. But still, we have high to low popularity, and also the low to high popularity, because sometimes the new books, they don't have that page views. So you can also change that. You can have alphabetical sorting. So like A starts first, obviously. Z starts last, and also the vice versa. But you can also do randomized sorting. Like you can just click on random, and it will automatically give you some random books which are not shown in this list. Like, I mean, it is not displayed in the main space. So that will take you to some books which are not very popular, or which are not coming in the top list. Yeah, so also you can search books from here. So suppose I search Alice. Sorry. So all the books which has the title Alice will come. Even all the books who has the author Alice. So for example, Alex Riggs Hunt, that will also come. So you can search the title of the book and the author of the book. So later we will also add translators, editors, and all other kinds of parameters into the search function. The category section, we can, right now we are only giving this 8 literary forms: novels, plays, poetry, short stories, narration, essays. So if this data is already available, all those books will be sorted accordingly. Yeah. So, and settings, you can change the interface language if you want. So you are on Translate Wiki. So if you want to translate translate the app in your language, that is also possible, and that can also be seen from here. You can change the default local. If you want to change the onboarding guide, which I have shown previously, you can keep it on or off. There are different themes and some app information, which is fine for now. So let's search a book. Yeah, Alice is Adventure in Wonderland, which is one of my favorite book. So this is one 1866 edition, and it will give you a thumbnail, a title of the book, author of the book, and there are some bibliographical metadata which is there at the bottom. The literary forms, genre, subject, sometimes if there are translators, editors, place of publications, date of publications, that will also come up there. It also gives you a language, which language book is there, English, the year of publication, which is 1866, and the 21.2, that is the page views of that book in the website. So you can also see that if this book is popular in the website or not. So right now you can download that book. It will take some time depending on the size of the book, but mostly it is EPUB, so it will not take much time. And when the download is finished, you can start reading from here. And if you are the first user, it will also show you one onboarding guide where to find the functionality. For example, so this is only for the first users. If you are repeated users, it will not come. So there is a functionality through search through the book. There is a very exciting feature, text-to-speech feature, where you can actually, the device will read you the text. That is important for accessibility purpose. You can bookmark from here. There are some settings about the reading experience of that book. I will show you how, what. And there are some navigation of books, which was your problem in the website. So you can also open or close menu if you are doing it from the middle. So the book will, by default, you will have to swipe left or right. That is important for tabs, not for mobiles. But you can also change it from up and down. So I will show you. So you can go to the chapters from here. If the chapter is already there, you can go from here. Otherwise, there is an option at the contents. There are all the chapters which are listed. So if you want to go to a specific chapter, like Down the Rabbit Hole, you will go to that chapter. And there is an option, I'm not sure because if you are seeing it correctly because of the light, but there is an option for highlighting the text. There is an option for underlining the text. You can take notes, annotate. You can copy and search it somewhere else. You can also search webs. We will have a feature to add the meaning of the words directly from Wikidata Lexeme at some point, but not now. But we'll do that. So you can grab the meaning of the word and the lexicographical categories and the senses and so on. We'll try to make it more compact, but later on it will happen. So if you suppose if you highlight one text, it will give you some color. You choose one color and it will highlight. That color is not shown here because of the light, but it is there. If you want to take a note, so suppose beginning, I am saying that it is start, save it. So there is a note icon here, so it will also show you where we have taken the notes. And all these things will be, you can also bookmark at the top. And all these things will be shown here. So all the bookmarks will be shown here. So Down the Rabbit Hole, it has been bookmarked on 22nd of July, and so on. I don't have much time, right? Okay, fine. Okay. You can also add the highlights and so on. You can also remove the highlights if you want. So if that is not necessary, you can remove them. Yeah, okay, fine. You can remove the bookmarks if you want, if you have already read the book. So that is how some of the features are there. There are some more features. So if you are using a right to left language like Arabic, Farsi, Urdu, Hebrew, you can change the alignment from left to right to right to left. There is also a scroll option. So as I said, it was like left to right swipe. You can scroll it. So right now you can just move it like this. That is good for mobile devices, not for tab, but yeah. So you can also change the chapters like up and down or right or left depending upon your preference. So some people like the chapter to like just up and down swipe. Some people like left and right swipe. That is totally up to you. You can also increase the page margins if you want, depending upon your eyesight or your preference. You can also change the theme, dark theme. I like this sepia theme. But yeah, you can also change that. There are some features for image filters, which is not right now very good, but we will work on that. You can also change the text color. So if you want like maybe blue, you can read it in blue. You can also change the background color. So depending upon your preference. There are few fonts. So for people with dyslexia, we have Open Dyslexic font. There is accessible DFA. There are other fonts. So if it is Open Dyslexic font, it will look something like this. That is great for people with dyslexia. You can just close it and it will go to default. You can increase the font size. So right now it is much more larger. You can also increase the font weight. If you want to make it more bold, that is also possible. There is also an option for publisher style. That means more features, like if you want to justify the text or left align or right align. If you want to increase the space between the words or the sentences or the letters even, that is also possible. If you want to indent the paragraph, like the first starting of the paragraph, they have a gap. If you want to add that, that is also possible. So there is word spacing, letter spacing, hyphenation off and on. If you want that, that is fine. Ligature on and off. So I'm not showing that. You can explore it in your time. But we have many options which are not available on the website. Yep. So this is more or less, but we have a feature.
Chapter I. Down the rabbit hole. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank, and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeked into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it, and what is the use of a book, thought Alice.
Looks bad. Bad to me for many languages. It's great for French, actually. I should have downloaded a French book. But for English, but there is a but. You can change the voice. There are different options. That is like not very good option to you. Maybe ENGB means Great Britain or something. AU is Australia. So if you want Australian accent, if you want British accent, if you want UK, US accent or Indian accent, maybe you can read that. You can access that book in that language, that accent. You can also change the speed of the voice. So if you want, like, the speed is not right for me, so I can decrease it to 0.5x. That is also fine. You want to read it in your time and relax. that is also fine. If you want to change the pitch of the voice, that is also fine. So let's change the pitch, maybe. I'm not sure, I'm just experimenting.
Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank and
Yeah.
of having.
Depending upon your preference, but there are options. Yeah, so this is the text-to-speech feature, and all of these are like open source. We are not using any proprietary software. That's why some of our features are not that of that quality, which you find in a proprietary book reading software. But at least we are trying. So yeah, more or less, this is the app. I'm sure you will explore it at your free time if you want. So just feedback. What do you think? Does it solve your problem? Okay. Yeah, I'm happy that you liked it. Yeah, so I have 10 more minutes, I guess. So we only have 28 languages, as I said. Sorry. Anyway, doesn't matter. So 28 languages right now. We have 9,500 books, although Wikisource has like a lot of books, like thousands and thousands of books, but we still have 9,500. Why this low number, I will explain later. Right now we have 30,000 monthly requests. The number is still low because we are not promoting this app. We have no resource to promote it. So just you people and some other people. So that's why the request is 30,000 right now. Like 5,000 people have downloaded it in different parts of the world, mostly from India, France, USA, different French-speaking African countries. Like we have a good reach in Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ivory Coast, Senegal. They are using this app. I'm not sure, because maybe because there is a lot of content from French Wikisource. This app is dependent on different softwares, open source softwares. First is Radium, which is a software for the book reading experience, which you are seeing. That is coming from Radium. Radium is developed by European Digital Reading Lab and Radium Foundation. Mine is we have actually forked from Mine, which has been developed by one developer from India, Shivam. We have WS Export for the EPUB generation by TPT and Sam Wilson. We are gathering the page views analysis data to sort the books according to popularity. And of course, the Wikidata query service, because that is our main backend bibliographical data fetching way. And we have to build one API for this app, WS Index API, built by one of our developers, Sai. So that is actually filtering the contents directly from Wikidata, and we are using only those data which are needed for us. So all our bibliographical metadata is coming directly from Wikidata book. If you go scan this QR code again, if you want, there is a wiki project for bibliographical metadata on Wikidata. That is Wikidata books, and this data model has been established by the community like more than a decade ago, so it's almost standard. So and almost standard on how we actually put the data on Wikidata. So we are actually taking the FRBR data model, the functional requirement of bibliographic records data model, which is a very popular data model in library science. So I will not go into much details, but there are so much complexity in the FRBR data model, but I will just talk about the ones which is relevant to us. So suppose a book, War and Peace, it is a work, creative work, the conceptualized work by Leo Tolstoy. So if a work is there, He has conceptualized it. He has written it somewhere, expressed it somewhere in a manuscript, wrote it somewhere in a manuscript, and then some publisher came to him like, I want to publish your manuscript. So that expression was manifested somewhere, and as a customer of that book, you have bought that book and you have kept one physical copy of that book. You kept it in your bookshelf or in your library. So that is one FRBR item. Nothing to relate with Wikidata item. That is different, but FRBR item. So there is work, expression, manifestation, and item. That is too much complexity for people like us, amateur people. So we have actually simplified it. So work becomes written work or literary work in Wikidata. Written work or any of the subclasses. So one of the popular subclasses is literary work. The expression and manifestations, they have been merged together, and we have like, we are keeping all those data as version, editions, or translations that has a QID, and that these two written works or literary works and versions, editions, or translations, these are the two important relevant items which we require for our app. The individual copy of a book, that is not very much important in Wikidata unless it is a very, very rare book, only one copy in one library. Otherwise, we ignore that individual copy of book. So mostly written work and version, editions, or translations. So the works, the conceptualized War and Peace, it has a Wikipedia article. It does not have a wiki source link, except one or two wiki source, which actually stores the conceptualized work data, like Italian and Bangla. But mostly Wikipedia articles are linked with the literary works, and works can have different editions, more than multiple editions, and all those editions are linked with wiki source. So in Wikisource, we actually store the editions, as I shown you that the Alice's Adventure in Wonderland in 1907 publication, or the Hugo publication in 1909, something like that. So all those editions are stored in Wikisource. So we actually deal in Wikisource, we actually deal in editions in Wikisource, not the works. So works and editions can be linked with inverse property. So P629 or P747, edition or translation of, and has edition or translation. So this is the workflow of Wikidata books. This is how Wikidata items should look like. Unfortunately, it does not look like, because we are not living in a perfect world. So all the time we have to fix this. Because slightly complex, people try to merge works with editions, and that is not good for the data model. Anyway, so works can have specific properties, like the forms of creative works, the literary forms, the genres, the subjects that comes in the works. In the editions, we have authors, translators, editors, place of publications. That does not merge, right? Because they are two separate entities. In editions, we have a specific property for Wikisource, which is Wikisource index page URL. That is very important for our app, where we store the index page data into the Wikidata item. So we have some mandatory criteria to select our books. We have few properties which should be there in the Wikidata item. Otherwise, it will not show up in the app. So for example, the title of the book, if the title is not there, then what are you going to search, right? So the author of the book, sometimes if the author is not there, then it's very difficult to search a book. The language is important because we are filtering the books according to different languages. Wikisource index page URL should be there because that determines whether it is a book or a chapter or a part of a book or something else. So that is also important, Wikisource index page URL. And there should be a Wikisource site link. So that edition should have a main namespace, and that should have a badge, proofread or validation badge. That means that has been proofread or validated. So all these criteria, if you fulfill all these criteria, yes, sir.
How
very incomplete. Yeah, so we only have 9,500 books in our app. So that's way much work to do. That is also one of our, like, people complain about that, look, Wikisource has so many books and why are you showing only this amount of book? And people give bad ratings, but that is not our fault. But we are trying to enrich that data, but yeah. Yeah.
There is a page with the Wikidata number and the title somewhere on Wikisource. It's very interesting to see the P100 for Wikidata.
Sorry, I'll get you to start again on that, just so the online audience can also hear your question.
I'm very interesting to see the link with title and the number of Wikidata, because Wikidata is quite complex. And when we see, okay, this number is linked with that, it's very interesting to understand. And do we have a page on Wikisource or where we resume all that?
You mean the statistics?
Not statistics, just the link with the number, Wikidata number.
All the Wikidata numbers?
But yeah, for identifier, yeah.
Oh, you want all the list?
Yeah, perhaps we can have a specific list.
Yes.
With things for Wikisource interactive.
Yeah, so, yes. Yes. Do you want like this?
Yeah, but that is neat. I don't understand.
Yeah. This is just one simple query, but you can actually do that. So yeah.
In each Wikisource, we can have a Wikisource Wikidata with everything there, the tables with lots of things.
Yes. So this is one simple query. Yeah, too complex. Yes, because this is not for the users, but if you want to contribute to the app, this is for you. So you have to have a understanding about Wikidata, and you can get this list. So what list you are wanting, that can be you can get it from this query. I can share that query later, maybe. But you can generate all the list of books, all the authors of the books which are there in the app in different languages. That is totally possible. Yes.
First step is for basic contributor on Wikisource, okay, there is a name in Wikidata with the title, there is a number, identification, just a table with all that, just a table.
Yeah, I understand.
So beginning, okay, we can do link and then we can contribute in Wikidata with this help.
Right.
Perhaps there is no.
Yeah, we can work on that. Sure. Yeah, so this is one Wikidata item looks like, how it looks like, Alice's Adventure in Wonderland. This is an instance of version. It has a title, language of work is English, publication date is there, author is there. Sorry, the screen is not like very light, but yeah, we have to close that, like switch off this light, so otherwise. Anyway, so it has all these parameters. And it has a Wikisource index page URL, which links to the URL. And there is a site link. This is the site link. And it has a badge, green badge. That means it has been validated. So if all these criteria are fulfilled, that will reflect into our app. I don't have much time, but I could have shown you how it could have reflected in our app. But anyway. Yeah, so how can you help? If you are a developer, you can code with us. We are on GitHub. Our API is on GitLab, so you can code with us. We are just 2 or 3 people. No support, sorry. So we cannot give you money. So if you are open source developer, and if you are passionate enough about books, you can come and code with us. You can also, if you are not a developer, you can give feedback. You can just ask for feature request. You find whatever you need in this app. We can try. Also, you can report for bugs. If you find some bugs, you can do that. We are on Fabricator. So all the links are there on our event EA resource. So you can find it from there. So You can enrich the data if you are a Wikidata person and want to enrich the data on Wikidata. That is also possible. If you are a Wikisource person, you can just proofread. You don't have to worry about all those things. You just proofread, and we can grab your data from there. Or if you do not want to do all of those things, you just translate the interface into your language. That is also possible. We are already in 55 languages. So maybe you can also do that from there. So all these links are on Eventia, so you can find it from the resource page. Contact? This one?
No, what is your contact?
Oh, my contact. I am this user. This is my username. So you can contact me on Wikidata or Wikisource in my talk page. This is our lead developer, Sai, who is also from India. And there is one developer from Kenya. He's a full stack developer, but he was our intern on Outreachy. But right now he is also developing in his volunteer times. Sadly, he has not supplied me any photograph, but yeah. We have some supporters. So the Center for Internet and Society, which was one of the partner organization on Wikimedia Foundation since last year, I guess, until 2025. They were our initial sponsor to develop the app, Android app, and they hosted on Google Play Store. We have Wikimedia Switzerland, who are our sponsor for the iOS app. Hopefully they will host in the Apple Store. We are still figuring that out, but there will be some good news maybe in 1 or 2 months. And we are also going we are also participating in Outreach, and we also have a plan to participate in Google Summer of Code, so that more developers can come and join us. Yes, I guess question and answer session, if we have some time or not, maybe.
Sorry, Bodhi, we are actually at time, so thank you for the presentation. That was very interesting. And for the people online, we will see you in 90 minutes. Everyone else can go and enjoy lunch.
Okay. Sorry?
The sound.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so hello everyone, bonjour tout le monde. Juste avant de commencer, passer en anglais. Excusez-moi les francophones, faudra parler à mon père qui m'a jamais mis au lycée français. Donc bon, je vais le faire en anglais, mais si jamais vous avez des questions à la fin, je peux répondre en français, enfin comme vous voulez. Et du coup, je vais vous présenter le Wikipedia Sensitivity Meter / Wikipedia Sensitivity Barometer. And so this was done, so it all started with the Prompt project, which is an European observatory for narratives project. And it was a pilot project in which the goal was to analyze vast amounts of text throughout media outlets, social media networks, so everything that we're used to, but also in Wikipedia. And so we tried to do this across three main topics that were given to us by the European Commission. So LGBTQ plus disinformation, the war in Ukraine, and elections throughout Europe, not only European elections, but also national and local elections. And we did this across 8 languages, so the 3 languages from the Baltics, and then Romanian, French, and Italian. And so it was in this context that we first developed the Wikipedia sensitivity meter, which was then enlarged to the European sensitivity barometer. And the idea was to create this online tool that aimed at evaluating the vulnerability of Wikipedia pages to information manipulation. And so basically the Wikipedia sensitivity barometer, which I'm going to be looking mostly today, is the extension of the Wikipedia sensitivity meter, which so we can think about it in this way: the Wikipedia sensitivity meter being for Wikipedia pages mostly, and then the Wikipedia sensitivity barometer allows us to analyze multiple pages, and so actually broader and maybe coordinated disinformation campaigns. So this is the Wikipedia sensitivity meter. So I'm going to look at it very fast, because then what I'm going to explain to you in the barometer is also applicable to the meter. But basically, so you paste a Wikipedia page. So for example, wait, can I? Okay, spoiler alert, I'm going to go to the barometer so that I can have a page. Okay. So let's just open a Wikipedia page. Stephen the Great. Perfect. So you just paste your URL, and then you can choose. So you have a lot of languages. You can also compare it with other pages if you want to go a step further. And you have the time frame, and then the analysis, which sometimes takes a second. Okay. So this is the Wikipedia sensitivity meter. As I was saying, I'm going to go into detail with the specific metrics for the barometer, which came after. And so as you open it, you have the rankings. And would it be possible to see this part of the screen, like that part? Because there's a menu there. Okay, no, to go like there. Oh, great, thank you. Okay, perfect. So, as I was saying, it started with the Moldovan and Romanian elections. So these were our first data sets for the barometer. And then we also did a data set for the French municipal elections, then to Nouvelle-Calédonie with the recent referendum that is taking place there, and even more recently for the environment. So to take one example, let's go to New Caledonia. And so this is the main page. And so here you have, these are all Wikipedia pages. So it's Wikipedia pages related to the topic that is being analyzed, of course. but they should be specific enough. For example, if we're talking about the environment, when we were building the data set, in the beginning we included, for example, Leonardo DiCaprio, which is a personality that is widely linked to environmental causes, but not only. So then you would have, so he's linked to that, but he's also linked to a lot of movies, to other celebrities, etc. So we try to have the topics, the Wikipedia pages that are very directly linked to the topic that we're analyzing. So you have the different rankings for each page, and you have the scores. So it's either red, green, or orange. And then in a moment, I will jump to the methodology where you can see exactly what we mean by red, green, and orange, which is very broad and general. Okay, so we have 4 different measures: the global, heat, quality, and behavior. So the global is, of course, the combination of the other 3. And let's look more specifically into each one of these. So for the heat, we are referring to editorial activity. So basically, the intensity of the activity in the Wikipedia page recently. And if you go there, so first of all, sorry, you have like the overall rankings, but then you can also, if you click on heat, you'll have it ranked by the basically the hottest page to the last one. But let's keep it global, so with everything pondered. And so if you click in the first Wikipedia page, so this is a Wikipedia page, and so you have the heat, quality, and behavior. And here, this is a bug, so you can see that the heat is not the one that is on the next page, but this is a developing tool. Sorry, this is a developing tool. So there are still things we're working on. What I want to present to you is the main idea of the analysis. So for the heat, we're talking about edit activity in the Wikipedia page. And here I'm talking about, for example, view spikes, edit wars. So when you have different users trying to edit the same page in the same period of time, revert probability, discussion intensity, and protection. And I am aware that this might sound like super abstract, but again, there's a methodology section where you have the description of each one of these parameters. So as I was saying, the the threshold for the quality, and then you have view spikes, what is understood by view spikes, etc., etc. So going back to our Nouvelle-Calédonie page. So heat, heat, as I was saying, edit activity. So the edits that have been done in that page. And then for quality, we're talking about source reliability. So as you can see, suspicious sources, citation gaps, citation density too. So for example, if we have 100 lines and 1 citation, this will be flagged as citation density, staleness, source concentration, feature status. I'm not going to explain each one of these. Again, you have it described in the methodology. And finally, behavior. So this is talking about the behavior of the very users that are editing the page. So basically the editorial profile of this, the editorial profile of these users. And here we can talk about sock puppets, anonymity, contributors concentration, and patrol checking. And so, okay, sorry. Oh, okay. Then you have the metrics evolution. So here you can see in graph shape the views and edits, but you also have all the other metrics that you can check here. For example, let's go for edit wars. And then you have this, but you can also remove the other ones if you want to see it isolated. suspicious sources, and eventual sock puppets if there are any. Okay, and so this is great, right? Non-biased opinion. But the thing is, of course, it is not because we have a very high number for any or even for every of these statistics that we can say that there is information manipulation in any of these pages. So the idea, as it usually happens, is that we will always need in the end a human analyst to do a little OSINT to check whether this is actual manipulation or not. Because for example, we recently did the human analysis for Nouvelle-Calédonie, and of these pages, we didn't do it for all of them, but like for these 10 pages, the only one where there was actually elements that allowed us to argue that there was information manipulation was the first one. Because, for example, for the second one, you can, or even like for the fourth one, Le Rassemblement, you have 36% of heat, but these edits are not necessarily malicious. So it can be just grammar corrections or even, so many edits that are not necessarily manipulative in nature. So this being said, I'm going, of course, to look into the interesting case, which is the one where there was manipulation. So this was done using Wikipedia's open tools, so the modification history. And I noted some of the most flagging elements that we identified. So first of all, there was a bunch of numerical and temporary accounts that tried to make the exact same change, which was to insert the term Kanaki, which is a pro-independence term to refer to people from Nouvelle-Calédonie, in the most visible parts of the Wikipedia page. So that was one of the signs, and this suggests a sock puppetry tactic because there is this group of actors that are trying to use these disposable entities by resorting to anonymous, or in this case it was numerical accounts. So for example, username underscore 123 instead of an actual username. And then there were also, so this on the complete other side of the attempt to manipulate the narratives, but there were attempts to remove the Kanaki flag from the page too. And there were also some anonymous accounts which tried to insert the narrative that Nouvelle-Calédonie was highly dependent on nickel. And so this is an attempt to portray an economic vulnerability of Nouvelle-Calédonie, and to, of course, also influence the broader narrative in both the short and the long term. And finally, we also noted that there was a mass deletion. There was huge parts of text that were deleted from the Wikipedia page, and they were reinserted after. But again, this was an attempt to manipulate information by removing portions of information. So this was the analysis that we did for Nouvelle-Calédonie. Then, so here we're in the rankings page. Then you have the stats in which basically you can show, you can see what I was showing you earlier. And for example, for Nouvelle-Calédonie, the data set is French in the sense that the Wikipedia pages are French, which is also the case for French municipal elections. But if you go to Romanian elections, you have English, then you have, for example, Estonian, and of course it will, the pages will completely change because we're referring to different Wikipedia languages. And so, okay, so this for the rankings, then the stats as I was showing you. So it's basically what I was showing you earlier. Sometimes it also takes a bit to upload. Wait, sorry. Okay. Okay, so it's exactly what I was showing before. You have the evolution, then you can choose your favorite metric. Okay, and then alert distribution by type. So this allows me to switch to alerts. So basically you have this alerts, which you have 6 different alerts, which are triggered automatically when a critical threshold for each of the 6 parameters is reached. And again, you have the parameters in the methodology. So alerts, you have edit spike, anonymity, sock puppets, view spike, suspicious sources, and editor. And so here you have all the the alerts for each of the pages according to those parameters. And so, okay, this is the meter. Sorry. And so this is, well, we as you can see, we don't have that many data sets yet, and it is being developed according to the topics that appear. We started with Romanian and Moldovan elections because we were analyzing them in the context of prompt. And now, so I probably should have told you this in the beginning, but I work for Opsci.ai, which is a research consultancy, okay, sorry, this is in French, which is this. And so it's a digital lab specializing in narrative competition and also research consultancy. And I work as a research analyst and a project manager. I worked for the Prompt project a lot, and now I'm working in the Spine project, which is basically aimed to be the scale-up of Prompt. So in Prompt, we were looking at 8 languages and countries, and now we're basically scaling up to cover all Europe and all topics, which is, of course, very much very complex and big challenges. And of course, it is utopical to say that we'll cover all topics, but this is in the sense that we don't have very specific established topics. So we're going to look into the topics that are more relevant in specific countries at specific times. But this is to say so that we started this project in collaboration with Wikipedia France in the context of prompt, and now with Spine we're aiming at going to the next level, namely with the barometer, and to include a lot of other topics. And so this is why we started with Romanian elections, Moldovan elections. And so now we hope to extend this analysis, for example, now to Nouvelle-Calédonie in the context of the independence referendum that is taking place this year, but also to other topics as our approach. And I'm going to end here so that you can ask questions if you want. Yeah, but this to say, so now we're going through, we're basically in this new project, we're looking at the countries depending on election calendars. So we're looking at the next elections in Europe and analyzing this information in those countries that have upcoming elections soon. And so we hope to extend both the meter and the barometer to a lot of other data sets. And yeah, feel free. As you have seen, this is an emerging tool, so there's a lot to be improved. And if you have any suggestions, feedback, even like visually, I've gathered a lot of very interesting suggestions during this conference on how it could be more visually appealing. Sorry, I'm gonna jump back here. But yes, I think the idea is promising, and we're going. We're very open to any suggestions or questions or feedback or whatever. And yeah, thank you.
Do you want to come down with the microphone? Then go over here first. Go over here first, and then here first, and then.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first one maybe you have answered, but I haven't got it. How do you pick the articles that you analyze? The second one is looking at basically all data sets, all the languages that have significant number of articles seem really skewed on the high numbers for quality. High means bad, right? If I understood correctly. They're all over 90% or somewhere around that. Is there a reason for that?
Okay, so can I? Yeah. Yeah, sure, great, thank you. So for the first one, so it very much depends on the data sets that the company develops. Even for example, for the Romanian and Moldovan elections, we were working a lot with people that were with us in the consortium for the PROM project, and so they provided us with some data sets, and then, for example. For the environment one, which is the most recent one, we select manually pages that then lead us to other pages, and we ended up doing like the manual the choice for the data sets, and also for in this manual creation of the data sets, if we choose so if we establish the broader categories that we want to have encompass, and then try to go from Wikipedia page to cover all those ones, and then filter them to ensure that they're all directly linked to the topic. So this on the first question. Then on the second one, for the wait, I'm gonna go here because I think if we, yeah, but if we, wait. So, okay. So if you go, look at inequality. Sorry. No. Okay, up. Okay, so basically here, so source reliability, and you said that they were high, but I mean, this first, it's having in consideration all these criteria. So even if you have, for example, if the sources are correct, but if you have like a big text and you don't have that many sources cited, this will affect the ranking. But you were saying that it was high for a specific, like for a specific data set, or for, yeah, that. Okay, okay.
And I see that for English the score is 88 is with all reds. In Romanian it's the same. In French it's about the same, I think. Oh, it's a bit of
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I- um, yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. But then, of course, it also depends. But because, like, as we're seeing it here, it is as of February 2026. So, depending also on the dates, and you can see it here, um, you will also have different. So wait, if you put here quality, it's easier to see the evolution. Um, but yes, so I didn't work specifically on this data set, but yes, I believe it's yeah. It also depends on the time frame that you're checking, and if you want, then I can like gather more information about that specific one and give you like a better, more like dense explanation.
Hi, I'm Pablo from the research team at the Wikimania Foundation. Well, first, congratulations on the tool. Like, you have like a very comprehensive list of metrics for knowledge integrity issues, and they are very well documented, and they seem to be language agnostic, so they are ready to use for any language edition of the Wikipedia. This is very valuable. But my question is very similar to Andre. So do you have like a ground truth data set to validate these metrics? And I'm asking this to know what is the predictive and informative value of each different metric. And I think this is something very relevant for the case of calibrating what are the specific thresholds that should be used for these alerts.
So on the elaboration of the data sets. So yes. So I basically what I worked mostly on was then on curating the data set. So like filtering data sets and analyzing them. But as I was saying, for example, for Romania and Moldova, we were working with partners from those countries. And yes, I don't know if maybe Adelaide wants about the data sets because yeah.
Like ground truth data validate the metrics against. Like you have different metrics to provide, but have you used like any ground truth data set about knowledge integrity issues to validate the predictive value of those metrics?
So do you mean like a ground-based?
Yeah.
That is actually something.
It's super difficult. That's why I'm asking.
Yep. That is something that we would love to do. It was sort of the plan. So this was done during a first set of funding from the European Union. And we only had so much funding as to go this far. And then in the second set, we're hoping to be able to do that. To have like a baseline of articles that we can analyze and then compare what we get in the barometers with that baseline. That's the ideal, yeah. So not yet.
I'm sorry, I don't want to make to like go very into the data sets because I didn't create them. So I worked mostly then in the second part. That's also why I'm focusing mostly on the barometer because I'm mostly familiar with it, but I wasn't in the very creation of the tool in the beginning and like the data sets.
So first, thanks for the presentation. I'm patrolling in the French Wikipedia, especially in this kind of topics about like the war in Ukraine and like politics and in different European countries. So obviously I'm confronted to the same kind of troubles and like malevolent and malicious editing. So from what I noted during patrol, I think there is more trouble in the English version than in French, and maybe because I don't speak Estonian or Latvian or Lithuanian, maybe it's even less in these languages than in French and English. So that's what I noted. Can you confirm that I would say coordinated campaigns that could exist are more are targeting specifically the English language version more than any other linguistic version?
So again, not to make you a victim, but I think you can say much more about this than I can. But what I would say is that because there is much more content in the English Wikipedia, there is also much more. It's much more prone to being manipulated. But I will let the Wikipedian.
So I would love to be a Wikipedian. I work for Wikimedia France. I'm not strictly a Wikipedian, though I've edited before a little bit. So what we've seen in this project is that indeed you do get a lot more, like in numbers, you get more information manipulation on Wikipedia in English than in other communities. But there is a certain size of the community where any kind of information manipulation is quickly more critical. So if you have a big community and a lot of information manipulation tentatives, but you have a lot of Wikimedians to counter it, you have a reliable version of Wikipedia and it's going to weather any kind of storm. But if your community is smaller, so if you're talking about languages with smaller communities, then the risk happens much more quickly. You said for sure? Oh, okay. You said Croatia. Yeah. The worst example being Wikipedia in Croatian, which was targeted by far-right extremists about 15 years ago, and because the community wasn't massive, a group of well-organized people started editing and going up the governance ladder within the community. Were able to get elected as admins, more and more of them, and they were able to basically change that, take over that Wikipedia. And then they started editing articles in ways that would rewrite history. So they would negate the killing of Jews during the Second World War. They would, anything that's, the kind of an information manipulation you can see from the extreme right. And the only way to stop that was for somebody who was still an admin in that community to alert the sysops. And the sysops were able to intervene and to stop that Wikipedia from running actually for a couple of months. The foundation had to close this Wikipedia for a while before reopening it. So that's an example of how critical mass makes it much more risky if you have information manipulation in smaller languages, even though you have fewer of them. Sorry, I might have a question for you. What do you think about this tool? Would it be useful for you? Do you think there are metrics that are sort of complementing each other or being redundant? What's your opinion on this?
I'll go along the lines that were already mentioned. We need a baseline, right? So these numbers are just numbers now. They don't mean a lot. Some of the metrics that you have when you go into detail can be very useful, but you still need to know what they mean, right? If they're all red, it's not helpful, right? So we definitely need a baseline, and as it was mentioned again, the dates are important. If you retrieve one article in January 2015 and the other in February 2025, and the other in February 2026, it's already very, very far away.
So compare what's comparable, right? And there was something else I wanted to ask. Sure.
Yeah, I was going to kind of ask you all something similar to what you just asked us, because I'm trying to think how to apply this. And that's kind of what you were just talking about. But maybe it's like in our dreams, like if it had all those things and had ground truth data, and it's like, where does that go into our workflows, right? Like, is anyone here? Okay. Human.
You can take articles that are flagged by templates by having knowledge integrity issues of different kind, and you can then have like a random sample of articles, and then you can have like a sample of feature articles. And starting from that, you can start to calibrate somehow the metrics. Yeah, but then you can try to think some kind of transfer.
Or you could have people sit down and look
Yeah.
at articles one after the other until you build up a data set.
Definitively, there are many things that are going to be, in my opinion, language specific, but making sense of what is the value of the metrics is something that you can still calibrate. And I think it would be a nice first step. And if you want, I'm happy to continue discussion after the session.
Yeah, sure. I was going to ask one more question. Sorry. Yeah, just in between, if you can say a word as well. One of the issues that we're facing with this is that the tool is meant to also detect if there's a higher risk because you have an unreliable source in your article. Right now it's using a list that's on Wikipedia in French and a list that's on Wikipedia in English. And for example, the list isn't categorized. So in your list, you will have things like the Pravda papers alongside YouTube. Because we're humans, the way that they're sorted is these are all sources that are unreliable in some ways, and then Wikimedians have indicated why and how it's unreliable, but the tool doesn't detect that. So it's saying, oh, you have a YouTube link, this is a very risky article. And this has been a problem, and we don't really know how to fix this. I'm aware that we couldn't possibly ask the whole community to start sorting their own, doubtful, dubious sources in different ways, because that is enormous work. But this is one of the things that would be really helpful. If you guys have ideas, or if we can start a conversation on this, I'd love that.
So as part of my job at the Wikimedia Foundation, before some of these elections, we have been invited by local authorities to talk to them about how the projects are robust against disinformation. It's usually sort of Interior Ministry, electoral officials and others. And I'm sure they would be interested in providing their own intelligence into what are possibly sort of sources that are being used in active disinformation campaigns that could provide some real-time input into your rating systems. At the same time, there's always, I think, healthy skepticism within our movement of working with official bodies around certain things, around sort of officials who might have certain biases and declaring certain things reliable or unreliable. Have you had that kind of interest from officials in this tool and that kind of influence and thoughts on policy around that?
Where do I start? I'll start with the most fun one. There were some team challenges in the loft yesterday and today. So that's our version of the hackathon. You get into a team and you work on a challenge. The Ministry of Ecological Transition and the Environment was very interested in this tool and said, could we have one, please? And so one of the challenges which Sarah worked on was to make one of those dashboards for the Ministry of Environment. So yeah, that's the fun part. The other part is that France is getting more and more aware of the fact that we are that we should be mindful of any kind of information manipulation threats, especially as elections are coming up, and every time we have elections in the last 3 years, they've been well aware that Wikipedia is one of the great big platforms to monitor. They're patient with us. They know that we do our due diligence, that the community is very thorough with any kind of information manipulation tries. But before elections, they always get in touch with us, and they ask us to relay messages, to maybe get them some version of the barometer on some things. Recently, they asked us for the one you worked on. Do you want to say some more about this? About New Caledonia.
Yeah, That was my example. So yeah. Yeah. And it was basically what I was telling you. The main page where we found signs of information manipulation was the Nouvelle Calédonie one. But again, and like to go back to, of course, these numbers are important, but you always need a human analyst and actually checking the actual modifications to see if it's actually a sign of manipulation or not. And then in those signs, of course, you have very evident aspects such as I was mentioning, the insertion of the term Kanaki in very visible parts of the page, but also more subtle elements such as removing parts of the text and a lot of other edits such as for example, also the identity of the users themselves. So if it's anonymous or accounts or temporary accounts. So yes.
So yes, to continue in the fact whether it's useful or I'm optimistic about this tool, but for now we're far from like Minority Report and stopping manipulations before when they happen, and it will still be hard to do it without like human attention and human work. Because we are patrolling and we are checking like every day with the watch list, and it's still hard to determine that this tool could replace it or do it quicker or more efficiently. But it's interesting to see that we can have an approach of Wikipedia editing and fighting against these threats on a more I would say something more coordinated and more I don't know, but you can quantify it.
When you do patrolling on French Wikipedia, have you ever used the new suggested investigations tool? Anyone know about what suggested investigations is? Okay, it's this tool that for admins like lists right now users that need to be investigated because they could be potential sock puppets or something, and I'm thinking like articles that need to be investigated because they have problematic scores.
So I'm not like administrator. I'm only a patroller. But usually that's something, in my opinion, that's missing. The possibility to flag contributors that we know. Okay, the first contributions or edits are not bad enough to report the user and block him, but we have to be careful because he's not on the right path. But we can do that because there is a risk of like tracking, like I don't know, like tracking contributors and user harassment. But for new pages, there is something like you can watch live new pages that are created, and the most like the worst one are flagged in orange, and you can easily say it's because they're created by new users, and there are some red flags about these pages, and it's easier for us to say, okay, I will check this one and just delete it or ask an admin to do it.
If I can just add to what Dark Vader was saying, they mostly use the recent change tool. So my role at Wikimedia France is to support the community. One of the things that we're seeing a lot whenever we try and help with these tools, for example, is that because we're not the foundation and because we can't do anything like inside on the projects, we don't have access to MediaWiki, we would need support. We can't go into the sort of analyzing, flagging user route, because if we did, all of that would be public. If we made a tool that was going to analyze user behavior, that would be much more precise in trying to see who is potentially trying to manipulate information. But we can't do that because we would have to make it public and available to everybody. We couldn't hide it behind an OAuth where you have to log in and prove that you're an admin, for example. We can't import the admin rights into something else. So that's been tricky because it means that all we can analyze is what's happening on the page and not user related. I mean, we can't really focus those signs on users. And that's something we'd like to get around. If you guys have ideas, that would be wonderful.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just as a side note, we are working on a visualizing tool with Wiki Education, and maybe we can see also how to integrate those components. That would be, I think, useful also to other set of articles. And but I was wondering one thing, because if I understood correctly, Wikimedia France is also doing training for Wikipedians, so providing also training about misinformation. So is it something that is working well? Because I can imagine that the tool combined with also some training and be aware of, this is something that, are you managing it together, or is because we don't do it in Wikipedia in Italian, I thought it was an interesting...
By training, do you mean so we give trainings to Wikimedians, right? We're not talking about how to edit trainings. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we do this. So we train them about many different things about how to avoid admin fatigue, for example, about how to spot disinformation, how to spot specifically illegal information, because that's very tricky, like knowing the law and knowing how to flag something, whether this is fully illegal or a little bit. So we give them training about this, and we've showed them this tool a bit while we were creating it. And we will probably show it again sometime soon. It's just that I'm wondering if this is something that's ready for Wikimedians and if it would be useful in their workflow as it is, or if it's still in construction. I don't know what you guys think. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we know that those are hot topics. So sincerely, so it's something that we are aware of. So we know that elections is a problematic topic, climate change is another one. So we're actually very well aware of it. I think the tool is actually can be useful also to show it around, to explain what Wikipedia is often under attack. So it's something that maybe others won't know. So I think there are also other users that are not necessarily, maybe not directly related to the Wikipedia. And I have the impression, at least in the community in Italy, of course, we're aware of misuse and misinformation, but also speaking it up, talking about it and bringing the topic is something that is also accompany the community. So understanding what is happening and looking at what others are doing. So I thought the training was very interesting, because it's something that we never did with Wikimedia Italy for this kind of topic. We normally don't interact with. I think it's an interesting thing also to create also an open discussion about it.
Hi, thanks for a great presentation. I had a follow-up question about, really it was about some of the other data sources that you may have access to that don't seem like they're making it in, and it kind of goes back to some of the validation. Sorry, I have a question about some of the other data sources that you mentioned that may be used in some of these other projects that the company is working on that don't seem to be in use here, right? You mentioned having, I think, having access to a bunch of news media sources, for example, across these different languages. And I'm wondering if that might also provide some way to draw some comparison, right? If you can assess something like some kind of distance metrics of article coverage from some aspects of the media sources, right? So instead of everything being in the red, right, things may get a lot of editing activity or may provoke contentious discussion just because it's a contentious topic in the course of an electoral cycle. That may be fine. That may actually be a sign of a healthy, active project. Shouldn't be red, it should be green. But if we detected that a lot of that stuff, right, it's trying to sort of supplement the skills that you seem to be saying require a human analyst only. But you have these other sources of information maybe that could be helpful in kind of grounding some of the data that you're getting from the articles themselves. And I'm just curious if there's anything in the project roadmap to use any of those resources as well. Answer my no.
Yeah. No. I don't think so. So basically, you're saying to cross the data that we retrieve from other, for example, social media platforms or media outlets or whatever, with this to like have the metrics being more accurate. So to basically check on the very results that we have through the.
Yeah, I mean, I think for example, there may be news sources that you know something about their process for fact checking in your data, right? And you may be able to say something about the article covering New Caledonia is looking a whole lot more like this cluster of dubious accounts on social media today than it looks like a reliable news source, right? So a way of it's a way maybe of like bootstrapping some of that validation that that Pablo was talking about as well. I don't know. It's yeah.
Also, to build something related to that, there was a project in the Indic hackathon last week with an MPV tool that is still an early prototype, but the thing that they were doing, like instead of trying to set what are the values for the metrics to decide when there is an MPV issue or a knowledge integrity issues, information issue, is trying to find when over time there are like drastic changes in the value of the metrics. So you no longer care about what is a specific value, but you see whether the article is being affected by some kind of dynamic that might be worth exploring.
They kind of did that with the spikes. They're not measuring whether you have a lot of activity. They're measuring whether there's a spike in activity. So but all that tells you is that it's a hot topic. And that's very interesting because you want to go look. I think you probably said this, but the goal of the tool is also to make a human go, oh, I'll go look. Like it's to get your attention. Yeah. Thank you for a great presentation. I need to run.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Can I take the short?
Yeah, is your tool open source because you are funded by the European Commission?
Yeah, so the Wikipedia sensitivity meter is open source. The barometer, no. So the Wikipedia sensitivity meter, yeah, it's on GitHub. Yeah. No. It was started within prompt. Yeah. So we started with the meter within prompt, and then the barometer, and now it's NOPSI product. Yeah, but that was started within prompt. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, and looking forward to integrate all your feedback to improve the tool and to make it more useful for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, that ends the session in the room. We've got a break before the opening ceremony, so.